Hello. Good afternoon. Hello, Tom. I'm giving it a go. I've heard nothing about it yet, so it's a blind date. Trey, thanks for the 5 months. Oh, yay, it's Trey. Back with the 5. Don B. McGee with the 4. Welcome back, Don. Grease Goblin 94. Big 14 months there. And Milan, thanks for the 33 months. Listening to this Carl Cox set. Not my favorite tune right now, but it's an hour and a half set, so we'll see how it goes. Yeah, we'll do UTT this afternoon. Can't host it tonight at the usual time, so we'll do it today. Hey, Angry Nerd Rocker. Hello, Baz Maniac. Tough Leafs L yesterday, but we bounced back. Cup match. Ooh. Board 1. Who are you going to be up against then, Baz? Do you have any idea? Usually you know in advance if you know who you're playing. Like, which if you know which club you're playing, like, you'd have a good idea about who you'd be matched up with. Yesterday we were brainstorming some new speedrun ideas. I'm not going to start anything today, but probably on Thursday, I will. 2,000 plus player if they turn up full strength. Ooh, that's exciting. That's exciting. No, I'm probably not gonna play Title Tuesday. I'm not sure really what I want to do with this rating, but probably just play in the Blitz pool and lose the rating there, and then play Title Tuesday again. I figure I'm not 2,900 too much, so it'd be nice to at least get a couple good matches at that rating. Yeah, couldn't move there. It was such a bad blunder, that rook move, but mouse was just stuck. Right here, yes. Yeah, Lucheko, we're gonna host a viewer tournament this afternoon. I feel like we have to be significantly up on time here. Sometimes you just know when you're playing fast. Too fast for your dumb brain. Oh, come on now. Don't be saying that. Probably taking knight f5. Okay. Putting some points on the board here. Hey, thanks, no habla inglés. Hello from the Queen side. Good afternoon, Chris Herrera, E.B. Shakespeare. Aman, is your by any chance Indian? Yup. Mine is. You got it. I thought everybody knew that. My timeline this morning had Drake's cock and LeBron's feet on it. How about you guys? Jeffries, thanks for the prime. What up, Kersey? Man, not just what's up. 35 months, closing in on 3 years. Whoa. Just develop. Probably just this. I mean, to be honest, like maybe we can go here. More greedy for sure. All right. Nice. Good habits here. I don't know if we mind this that much. Guess let's try not to trade that. Maybe we could go b5. I was gonna go bishop back, but I think this should be fine. Queen a3 and then bring the rook in. Maybe rook all the way down so that we're actually making a threat there. And we just go away. Doesn't really have any threats here. Hello, Mannered Monkey. You're in a tactics mood, sir? You can do some tactics. I have noticed the tactics have got Mannered Monkey visiting the channel a little more. So naturally, you'll see tactics occurring more because of that. I have to go here. Oh wow, he took. Okay. If he plays a little bit slow here, we might be able to survive. I think we're okay. It's gonna go... Okay. Yeah, we should be good now. 92 is a threat. Yeah, and we should be able to play d6 here. This pawn's definitely a weakness, but I think it should be okay. Okay, so he's gonna go g5, and what do we do? Yeah, we have to go down here. Check is just a nice move to throw in. Even 95 is like a blunder, but I was gonna say we should be okay here, but I don't even have rook c6. My finest move. Oh. He messed up here. Yeah. Not enough time. He messed up, but I should have probably pre-moved my king there. Oh. He'd like to start playing chess again. Ooh, that's exciting. Tactic sessions it is then. You got me excited, Kurtz. You can take, actually. You won a Taimanov game. Let's go. Here, I guess we don't even need to. Maybe we can play, like, this is like a puzzle. C4, you know? No matter where he goes, I can fork the rook. This is a great tactic. Beautiful, no? This is exactly what you would see in a puzzle. No matter where he goes, he's forked. How cool is that? Now, of course, him and I understood the exact same thing. King d6 is unplayable. We both understood that, him and I. It's a good thing we were on the same page there. I understood c4 as the end of the game. I mean, I'm winning no matter what, so it's not like we got lucky or something. But he understood that the game was over. Just done. And I understood the same. So we're a great pairing, him and I. Yeah, somehow it just like didn't occur to me either. It's like once you see that this doesn't work and then this doesn't work, and then you're like, well, what about this to hit the bishop? I'm like, shit, what about back where I came from? And it, like once you see they're all failing, you're like, oh, I give up. Like at that point, you're not even looking for more moves. All right, all right. Throw in the towel. We're gonna be hosting our viewer tournaments soon. Paul JB, thanks for the 19 months with Prime there, Paul. No, Redson, like you're right, of course, but I didn't notice it at first. He didn't notice it at all. I noticed it eventually, but then at that point it didn't matter. He just wasn't gonna play it, I guess. A tactics session. C5 check after that. Yeah, it looks quite good. Or yeah, yep, C5. Nice move. Hello to young Tim. All right, these puzzles, I can't lie, always annoy me. Like, dude, we only have 2 playable moves in the position. So it shouldn't be too difficult to calculate. Here, what's the white's next move gonna be? There's only so many checks. It's either this or this, right? I mean, I suppose you could take the bishop. That's an option as well. But knight f2 and knight h3, followed by queen f2 is going to be mate. So that's like a helpful thing to notice. Rook d5. Let's say g5 there, and then there's no more checks. Same thing with queen here. G5, and there are no more checks. Because even rook takes g5, check, gets met with knight g5, check. So this definitely feels like initially good because it's very forcing. And he can't take our bishop. King h4, bishop e7 here. I mean, bishop e7, even knight g5. Okay, knight g5 doesn't work, yeah. So I feel like the thing with these puzzles is you have to be able to identify the defensive resource. Once you do that, I feel like you're good. That's the toughest part. Because like what's wrong with king h4? Bishop e7, g5, takes, takes, and then rook takes bishop. I think that's the problem. King h4 doesn't work because of this. Because doesn't matter about knight checks, the bishop can be taken. So I think it has to be f takes g4, plain and simple. Because yeah, if rook here or something, then just g5. Queen here, g5. Basically, our knight needs to stay on e4 and our bishop here. And then it feels like we have forced mate next. But king here, bishop e7, forces our knight to move after g5. And we don't want to move it backwards. So I feel like it's this. I really, really feel good about f takes g. And then, I don't even know what the best move in that position is. Knight f2 and knight g3 are both mate. Rook here, just like queen c1, super easy. Here, rook d5, knight takes, maybe? Knight takes could be an idea. But knight f2, like we discussed with knight h3, I think is always mate. It's just always leading to mate. Crazy. Oh, man, I hate this. I don't know why it's impossible. Why do the settings never save? Like, dude. It always goes to the next puzzle. Crazy. Is like, what's going on here? This is such an annoying setting. I have to go, like, maybe investigate the, like, full profile or something? Like, some master setting? But I feel like there is no, like, these would just always be the settings. It's so annoying though. For the puzzle to just go to the next one. Like, I have to report this. This is like truly infuriating. Who wants to just like go to the next puzzle? Like, I want to see what's up. All right. We changed it now. It'll be enough for the current session, but now I want to go, of course, all the way back into puzzles. And then look at this. It's like, if I sit here and try to figure out what's wrong with it, I'm wondering if I can. Because you know what it is? It's going to be King H3 as the correct answer, with like of these checks being dealt with Knight G3. But pawn takes? Because now it's like I see how this could work, but how's this wrong? That's the tough thing. Because Knight F2? Knight H3? Wow, Knight F2, Knight H3 isn't even made. I'm just not even... I feel like this problem got me, and not even in the way that they expected it to get me. Because probably this... You're supposed to think of like a bunch of other things, but it's actually just plain and simple. Knight F2, Knight H3, the king just goes back to H1. There's just no mate there remotely. But for some reason in my head, the king could only go to G3 and F1. So, pretty narrow sighted calculation, actually. Okay, so I think we located the master setting, which is basically the exact same setting, but this should help. What up, JC? All right, so yeah, just change that setting there. Okay, so this is the next puzzle here. I bet that's so annoying. Whenever I get it wrong, like I just want to look at it. So I think we fixed it now. I refresh just in case. Hmm. And yeah, Team JB Hobbies. That's exactly where I just went. So, good call. Good call. Feels like Black has a number of moves I would consider here. 1, 2, and 3 being the main ones. This one not really seriously at all. So probably something takes D6. Bishop D6. I'd like to know what white is up to. Like if rook takes d6, I feel like maybe there's a queen move, but yeah, rook takes d6 looks like queen f7 is kind of an issue because rook takes e5, there's queen f8, and rook takes e5, like has to be huge issues there. So if bishop takes, I mean, there's not really bishop takes d6, I don't think. There's bishop g7, but like knight e6 we just sack, and rook takes e8 takes queen d6. Like we're just out material there. So as usual in these puzzles, I have to identify like what white is actually intending. Like after bishop d6, being able to predict white's moves, I feel like is the real trick in these. What's he even doing after this? 96? I think 96 looks like a move. But it might just end up as the same thing. I was thinking like, I don't know, queen e6, bishop there or something, but it's just rook takes e6, and everything should be okay there. I feel like the line might be this. Um, here. Here, 96. Or, let's see, here, 96, takes, bishop there, takes, rook takes. Maybe with some weird idea like bishop g3, queen there, or some rook check. I don't know. I just don't know what white's gonna do, and that's not a good feeling when you're solving a puzzle and like you have no idea what the opponent's even able to do against your move. It's not just gonna be like one move and done. Yeah, bishop d6, rook e4, bishop e5. We're just winning material. Bishop here, queen c4, bishop e5. Aren't we just winning material? What's the trick? What's wrong with rook takes d6? I didn't like queen f7. That looked a little scary to me. I'm not seeing like any of the correct ideas, I think. I don't like that. After bishop d6, all I can think of is moving this knight so that this bishop can deliver some check. So I'm like only looking at knight e6, bishop f4 there, but it's just bishop takes. I don't know, guys. Does anyone have anything else other than bishop d6? I feel like how is it not bishop d6? But what I don't like is I don't really see what white's supposed to do after this. Like I don't even see a move. Hello to JJ Bell. Yeah, knight d3, bishop e5, like double attack, or not double attack, discovered attack on the queen, and the bishop's protected. He can take, maybe go king f2. Maybe that'll be the line. But like that's not even that. It's not even a threat there. Queen f7. Yeah, I don't know. Rook e5, bishop e5, whatever. Yeah, I have rook d1 here, but like I also have feels like a billion things like queen d1, rook e8, like I don't know. Okay, so I think it was my line that I was talking about, 96. At least it's nice to come remotely close to predicting. So here, yeah, I was saying like then bishop g7 loses and bishop takes is definitely wrong. So yeah, I think it's rook takes, and that's just it. Okay, interesting. In the end, certainly not a very complicated one at all. Rook d3. Sorry, rook f3 rather. Rook f3. So something kind of interesting about this position is if you play c4. Basically, what I like about this position is that if I save my bishop and he has to move his knight, then I can go attack his rook and threaten mate. So, for example, c4. And I feel like in that position, I'm kind of threatening c3, c2, but I'm not 100% sure. He has 96 there. But my idea was like, takes with the bishop. He has to respond to the knight being hanging. And it seems like no matter where he moves it, I'll go bishop e2 and threaten mate on c1 plus the rook. And knight e6, I could take it, for example. But c4 knight e6, that's different. But I think c4 knight e6, c3, knight takes, and it looks like there, if we go c2, there's rook c6. But I think we can just play rook takes with a pawn on c3. And I'm not sure how he stops that. Because rook takes d3, even that one, c2, rook d1, c1. And I'll make a queen, and he actually can't touch the queen because of mate. So that's my first instinct. c4 takes, we would take with the bishop. Knight needs to move somewhere. Knight e4, knight h3. I play bishop e2. And knight e6 I take. Instead of c3, does c takes work? C takes could work. I take here. I guess this. But I don't like C takes working because then it feels like everything works. That's not a good feeling. Knight takes, I guess taking on A2. I mean, there's moves like rook takes D3 there, where you make a queen, I go rook D1, and then like I have a knight and two rooks, but I mean, obviously winning for black. I think what's going to happen, Tim, if you make a move like rook E7, is white's just going to go H4 or H3. And so then they're getting out of their back rank, and then your bishop's hanging, the knight's hanging. If you save the bishop, they save the knight. If you take the knight, they take the bishop. So that's why I'm looking at moves like C4 that defend my bishop and put the question back to him, but also make an additional threat of like a pass pawn or a checkmate. Whereas this is only one threat and it can be stopped. But this has two threats that it wants to generate. Mate and a pass pawn. I feel like that's tougher to respond to. Rook E7, H3, bishop E2. Yeah, that's looking pretty straightforward. Like, not as nice as the lines where the pawn gets down here, but that line looks easy. So okay. Yeah, rook E7, rook E3. Yeah. I don't think H3 works. Bishop E2 is a nice move. So, yeah, rook E7, rook E3. That would be the answer. Yep. Good call. H3 is a little too sloppy. Instead of C3 to CB work. So here, 96. The annoying thing is, like, I don't fully see the problem with C3, and that's an issue. But let's say here takes, which this move does kind of look better. Because if rook takes, we just check and go like B2 or takes. Hmm. So here, 96 takes. I don't even know what white does there. Because takes, we have this. Rook A6, bishop A6. Yeah, I mean, rook A3, rook C7 is over. There is rook takes D3. Queen here. There's no time for rook C7. But, like, That has to be winning. But what I don't know is why c3 is not also winning. And I'm assuming I'm missing something here. Yeah, knight d4. The problem is like that position is winning, but maybe it's just not as winning. Knight d4, c2, knight takes, bishop takes, rook a6. There's bishop e4 there. I don't know. Yeah, so this is what I couldn't get past. So here, c3 takes. Ah, okay, there it is. Rook takes, c2, check, and rook d7, check. Trading my rook. Okay, there we go. I just had to find the line. Like, I'm like, if I can't find why it's not working, then it'll forever confuse me. So that's why it has to be pawn takes on b3, I think. After some sleuthing, I think that's correct, Mr. Kurtz. Yet, and as soon as someone mentioned this line, I was like, yeah, that actually looks way better than c3 because it's the same threat, but it's far better. c3 doesn't even threaten back rank, so. And of course, they just played the like whatever move, but you still have to do all that work. This doesn't seem very interesting. It's a pending one. Pending. Pending energy. My my vibes are going towards rook f1, queen g4. But now I'll have to have a look. We only have one pawn on the board at all, and uh, yeah, we're just down a lot of stuff. Yeah, I think so, Kurtz. But there's still other stuff here. Yeah, rook f1. It's hard not to play that because we could start with queen g4 just to not have to deal with that check. I mean, but I guess it can be taken. Although we're down a rook, so I'm not even sure I want to take it. Yeah, the nice thing about rook check here and c4, whether or not this rook check is included, is that I always have queen d1 and rook f3. And that should do a good job winning a lot of the material back. Should do a good job. I know that we don't necessarily end up ahead there, but the king's in the middle of nowhere. Feels like it should be pretty good. Question to me is whether we start with this first. I guess after bishop f2, that kind of... I don't know. Queen g4 feels like... Because here's the thing about queen g4. Knight d2 covers f1. So does that rule it out right away? because I'm following up with bishop g5, which I really like. So the nice thing about this is bishop f2, bishop g5, queen g3. I can take the queen and mate on f1. And king here, I have bishop g5. And things like c4, then I just go into those lines from previous. So I feel like queen g4 kind of makes a decent impression here. But yeah, I don't really know which one it is as of yet. Oh, c4, there's no rook f1. Yeah, I mean, that's a huge difference. Probably the most important difference. Yeah, I didn't even notice that. So then I think there's no question. We have to go rook f1. I feel like there's no way it's enough without this bishop, but maybe. Seems a little suspicious. I suppose maybe there's rook f3 there, but man, is that really it? Here, queen g4. And if they go check, I don't know about taking it. That doesn't feel like the right vibe there. But check, I was wondering about king h7. Because maybe there's rook h8, queen h6, and queen e6 to trade the queens. I thought for a sec that there might be a checkmate with two bishops and a rook, but this king just has enough squares. Rook f1, king d2, queen g4. Here, bishop f8. I mean, in general, that feels like enough. I can't lie. Let's say knight a3, though. Knight a3, I guess just rook takes a1, still threatening mate. Yeah, but knight a3, the problem is, as soon as you play rook takes a1, there's rook takes f8 and queen f4 check to trade the queens. And in that position, what's the material? I guess there's rook a2 at the very end of that line. Jesus, that's so like, so many moves. Rook f1, queen g4, knight a3, rook here, or sorry, throw in these checks and blocks. Rook takes, queen f4 takes, rook takes a2. Knight c2, pawn takes. Just feels so convoluted at that point. It does look tough because of the center pawns. Ben Koppinens, thanks for the 14 months. Wajo1, thanks for the 21 with Prime. And Brit Blitz Trovia, thanks for the 31 with Prime. I don't know what you mean, Hatha, but I was talking about white taking on f8 and us taking back, because our rook wouldn't be there. But yeah, I don't even know about that line anymore. I think queen g4, to me, is still a valid idea, but I'm just like, is it really enough? Like even c4 somehow I think could be kind of interesting, but this is just so much more forcing. Rook f1, king d2, queen g4, rook c8, king g7. Did we even look at king c2? Doesn't this like pretty much get out of mate? Queen d1, king there. I guess a3 and bishop is protecting it, so queen d1, a3 mates. Guess that just works. The queen's hanging with check nova. So we can't move this bishop just yet. Regardless of checks, how does white actually stop mate? Let's start with that. Knight a3 feels like we just take. And exact same threats exist. c4 is there. I was saying queen d1 and rook f3. I just don't even know if that's enough. I feel like that's kind of the key line to make work now. Rook f1 here, queen g4, c4, or let's say, yeah, forget it. Let's just say c4. Then what? Oh, bishop g5, eh? And after bishop g5, let's say rook c8 check. Can you avoid these checks? I guess you can. I don't know. It looks like you can, though. It's just enough. Yeah, maybe not to f7 because of e6, but I think we can probably walk up this way. So if that's the case, then rook c8, king g7. Yeah, I don't know. There's not much there. Rook d1, queen g4 is looking pretty solid. Just because rook c8, we can move our king. And king c2, we do have a mate with this a3 move. And c4, we just pin the queen. And I don't know how he stops this. I guess knight a3 is the only other move. And to be honest, after knight a3, I think we just take. A little bamdeezy. Yeah, I don't like this move at all, really. Because what? We win a rook, but we're still down like 20 pawns. So definitely king move. For sure, this, the issue is rook h8, queen h6, queen e6. And then this is just silly to go there. And bishop f8, I think the problem is a move like c4, because then we don't have bishop g5 or anything. And although we do this and rook f3, like it's good, but even queen takes, king, sorry, not b4, but d4. Like if I take this, like honestly in that position, white could play rook f8 and pawn takes bishop, and like I'll have a queen and white has like 50 pawns. So I think this is the one, and then c4, and then we go for this. Yeah. Weird one, but well calculated, and I think we avoided a lot of pitfalls there. So that was a good calculation. Very nice, guys. Very nice. Definitely work together on that one, because I feel like in different moments I was like sure of something, and then as soon as we like patched it up, then I was sure of something else, and then the answer became clear. Might host our viewer tournament for I don't know, maybe like in 30 minutes. Could start it in an hour, but maybe something like 30 minutes. It does feel like there has to be a mate here, yeah. One thing that stands out to me as pretty cool is knight check. Let's say king takes here. Then I'm like rook here. If king there, surprisingly rook c6 is mate. And if king here, rook b5. Well, my general idea was king here, rook b5 check, and if king takes here, then knight c6. And I thought rook b8 mate was unstoppable. So I thought that was cool. So that's why on this one, I'm trying to like still make the same thing happen. There's no c-pawn in this line, knight c6, but still, even if rook here, or sorry, bishop there, we can just take it. And I still don't see how you're stopping rook b8 mate. Like, you can throw this or this in, but I feel like none of that's relevant. The only thing left in my head is like, what about king c7 back? Knight a6 check. But then the king can go to a few different places. Ooh, maybe I think this might be it. Knight check, king here, rook b5, king takes knight c6, and we mate. Alternatively, knight here, king here, rook here, king back to take c7. Then, kind of cool, we go rook c8 check, king takes, then knight a6 for the same mate. Oh, but then he has bishop f4. And then knight takes rook d8. Oh, so close. Knight a6, it was very satisfying there, but bishop f4 might cuck me. Oh, man. I'm really fond of this move first to bring the pieces back, like defend, like just a nice move. Knight here, king here. I think whether king here or king here doesn't matter because after this check or this check, the king will have to go to the other square. So I don't think it matters because you can't take this. So king back, then knight a6 check, king c6. I guess you could go here as well. Hmm. Yep, those are the things I'm trying to put together, Tim. Rook here, rook back to c7. And then, so we could get something like a rook on c5, rook c8. We could also like go rook b5, rook b8. Feels like we're close. But of course it feels like we're close. The whole problem is trying to mate a king, so it's always going to feel like that. Actually, it feels like it's almost checkmate. Yeah, that's the puzzle. Okay, I think it's rook b6. Low key. Knight here. Takes, whatever. Rook here. We agree that the king can't take here. So the king is always going to end up on c7 with the rook on b5. And then what about rook to b6? King is simply stuck. And I'm threatening knight d5 and knight a6 mate. How do you stop both? Let's keep it simple. Knight d5, king d6, though, Manner Monkey. Or, yeah, maybe the rook's hanging as well. But, yeah. Coordination. Feels like we're losing the coordination there a bit. I guess the rook's hanging, too. Knight a b4, I think we all agree on, though. Very hard not to play this move. So I was saying rook here. If king there, that's mate. If king here, rook b5. Because if king takes, knight c6 should still be mate. Bishop f4 stops rook b8. But I just take it. This doesn't even fully work there, though. So the bishop takes on b5. Huh. Yeah, I just noticed the same thing. So my whole thing about rook b5 doesn't like even fully work there. It worked like if king b7 initially, definitely. Knight a6 check. Yeah, but then now I'm just like, and now I'm just doing something totally different. Jeez. Yeah, it could be something like that, Tim. I think we need a new idea now because you can take that rook. Rook b8. King takes b8. Rook b7. Huh? I can't follow that notation. Somehow ladder. I like that idea, yeah. Rook, sorry, knight here. The other thing you have to consider, Martin Eden, is king d6. Yeah, so Tim, rook c8 there. Now, this rook to c7 becomes the mate. Um, and so I'm wondering if you have any other threats other than that, because if not, then what if I go here? Knight takes, and then like, I don't know, rook d7 or something? I don't... Or even like bishop b5 check there. Because your rook would be hanging if you took. Hello, Sandy. Good afternoon to you too. I'm disturbed my main idea didn't work. I'm not sure. Yeah, there's this, but I never really know what we're actually threatening in these lines. My first question is, if bishop takes knight, do we have something? I don't think we do. And then here is a little bit more menacing, but bishop f4. And again, I'm not sure if we have something. Hello to Nitsid Prime. Dude, why is this so difficult? Oh man. That was our very first idea, Martin Eden, but there's bishop f4 in that position, which was really annoying. I don't know how it's not rook c5 check here, though. I'll tell you that. The only other thing I'm could possibly think of is knight a6, but I have to deal with rook d6 there and king b7. There's just so many moves. Dude, I don't know. Take and just run the king? I guess. It's kind of the only thing I have. I'll tell you, I don't really have any bright checkmates here. I mean, it could be. I just can't look at this any longer. This is ridiculous. That's ridiculous. It's not even a mate. Like, what? Yeah, this is just insane. Like, you're not even mating, not doing anything. This was your idea, Tim. Yes, rook c8. It ended up being the best. It presented itself as the best option because simply nothing else was working. But the weird thing is that, of course, this also doesn't work. But while everything doesn't work, at least this one doesn't work for mate, but they have to sack a piece in order to stop it. So I think that's why it's the best. This is impressive though. This one's impressive. Let's make our make the viewer tournament. Tim is ahead of his time. Muhammadov 2004. Thanks a lot, buddy, for the resub. Let's create the UTT. I guess maybe let's put title Tuesday because it'll look like an official chess.com tournament. Do a few more puzzles. Have it start in 40 minutes, but just so that there's a link already ready to go. There we go. It'll start in 40 minutes. $2:30 p.m. That's right, Tim. Give us time to do a few more puzzles here, and at least we've already got the link ready, and you guys can join up. Yeah, Penny is ready to go. I like that. All right. We go next. We go next. Wait, we had this puzzle before. Wasn't my favorite Carl Cox set, I have to say. Yeah. We had this one before. I didn't get it fully right before, but I think I got here, and I didn't play c6 because of this. And if you take there, then queen b7. But the line literally goes c6 takes here, king f2 here, king e3. And it looks like maybe a problem because there's queen b7 and queen takes h4. But then you sack the rook with rook g3 and then castle. And you're down a piece in that position, but you have a ton of pawns and it's winning. I didn't see that, so I went king d8 so that I could take both rooks. But, yeah. I remember getting him wrong before. Bishop b5 is definitely a first instinct of sorts. I don't think it's this. If we take and go e2, I think queen f4 check happens. And then takes, king h7, bishop d2. And I'm not actually sure that we're winning that. bishop e5 seems like the most, I don't know, like tricky move in general, which is why it was my first instinct. But it doesn't mean I actually know what's happening afterwards. Here takes like I need to have something there. I can't take it back. The vibes are shifting. They're shifting towards the rookie fours of the world. Yes, the stars are aligning. I don't think it's trading rooks, and it's not e2, and it's not queen takes bishop. Um, here takes check. I assume h3 push. It's definitely playable, but like bishop f4 check scares the hell out of me. If queen takes, rook takes here. I guess there's like queen check. Also just definitely just rook takes here as well, although I'm not exactly sure what happens there. Because there's mate threatened on g6. Um, Half-witted Diplodocus. Or as I like to say, the Diplodocus. Thanks for the big reset, man. That's 17 months. A whole nickel, you say? Yeah, it's a good idea there, Spa, but when you take it back, stuff happens on g6. So like, how do you move this rook? There's no queen f4 check. So I don't know. Bishop here, queen f2, king h3 from Tim. e2. There's a lot going on there. Rook e6, let's say, threatening mate. By the way, can't queen because of mate. And we don't really have any available checks that are useful except the only one, which is queen f1 check. Remember, your queen's on f2 there, Tim. So queen f1 only move. But queen f1 only move, king h2, and there's still this issue of mate that I'm not sure is so comfortable to stop. Green T for 2. I don't know what line you're even talking about, man. You're starting your variation with bishop takes g3 check? Seems a little unfair. queen takes g3 check, rook takes d6, and then push, I feel like you'll be short on a few accounts there. Unfortunately. Well, are we back to my move? Does it need an answer? Here's my thought process. Rook e4. I don't know that white has any threats. This bishop does a great job of controlling that checking square. This queen covers that. Rook e4 carries, I would say, a pretty nice threat of bishop e5 and rook h4. And if absolutely nothing really changes, like white goes rook d5 maybe to stop this, then I feel like we go rook g4. And rook g4 is another very serious threat. So to me, rook e4 carries some really nice threats. It's not like the most forcing looking move, but I've been looking at the forcing stuff and I just can't seem to punch it through. So this is nice because it kind of covers this checkmate for the moment. And it brings it to g4, which also covers it. And it's threatening bishop e5. Rook takes d6. Queen takes d6. Queen e2 check. King h3, queen f1 here, and then e2. So basically the same as e2, but the queen on f1, sure. The same way after e2 in that spot, we would play queen f4 check, but now you're saying that you want to have your piece defended. The problem is after e2, I'm not convinced that you're actually threatening anything. Like, you're threatening e1, but if I just move my queen to defend it, I don't know that you have enough there. Also, I just realized that queen d2 forks your king and the bishop, so I don't know if that works. Hello, Jeff.
Hello. Ready.
We have the tournament in 25 minutes.
Yeah. My hair is also ready.
Oof. That looks great. Was that like the longest you think your hair was? Like, at least recently?
Yeah, I just got lazy. Should never grow it that much.
Bishop e5 is high energy, Tim. I can't lie. But I just can't play something if I don't see it all the way through. Bishop e5 takes. e2, I take, and I feel like I'm fighting demons here. You're not crazy for this, but at the end of the day, white's king is going to get to e2. They have two passed pawns. You're down material in that line, technically. You're hardly going to solve a puzzle being down material in the final position, unless you have like some mate or something. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to need a lot of compensation for that. I must be low energy. I'm the only guy suggesting rook e4. And it's not receiving a lot of traction from the chat. No one likes rook e4. Low T move.
Okay. Why is this so small?
They break, bro.
Is this for girls?
That's unisex.
I can never wear this.
You're a Persian, no? Gold, you could be a Shah.
No, I can't. Like, imagine.
But there's the exact one of this,
Okay.
full black.
Really?
Yeah. Try that one on.
This one?
Yeah, probably. Or actually, that might be the necklace. Yeah.
I looked through all of them. Okay, steal.
They're gone. Okay, well, yeah, it was that one.
Oh. Maybe Deal is gonna wear it. I can see Deal's taking
Yep, with the army vest. Rook e4, what's the idea? Rook e4, my idea is bishop e5. The exact same idea that you guys want to do, except now it works with rook h4. Also, my idea is rook g4. And basically, bishop e5 and rook g4 seem like two moves that there's no answer to. Like, those look like very tough moves to deal with. Rook e4, queen d1. That's a fair consideration. Because e2, queen d2 doesn't feel great. But takes e2, followed by bishop c3. Yeah, the problem is queen d1, e2, queen d2. I don't know if I like that. Oh, but I guess queen d2, rook e3. That threatens queen g3. That's pretty strong. All right, is Tim gonna be correct? 2 in a row? Nope. Get out of here. You don't understand the depth and precision needed to play a move like rook e4. Only big chiefs spot moves like rook e4. Queen d2 check is a nice move, but let's say this one we were looking at, and yeah, I just don't see better than a draw. Yeah, I don't know how we're supposed to queen here, unfortunately. Very nice. Okay, we got maybe time for one more puzzle. I'll post our link to the tournament on Discord. There we go. We got some people in here. Exclamation mark join if you want the link. Starts in 20 minutes. We'll do one more puzzle here while we're getting ready. I say Big Prime is in there.
Wow. Waiting from work.
He was really keen for midday UTT. This puzzle right here, I have definitely had before. I think a long time ago in a session with like Yas or Aryan or something. But I for sure remember this puzzle on a general level. So I think it's something to do with this. Because you can imagine if you just go for this, it's also tempting, like g3 takes, rook takes, to get queen h3 like that. But I think what happens is they go king h1, and you're not really doing anything there. Plus, you open up for rook f7. So this one comes to mind because it stops kind of any queen invasion and also intends this. Difference between king h1 and king h2. Well, king h2 is not possible. What line do you mean? Here, um, could be h3 first, though. Let's keep it simple. h3 check, king g1 or king h1, queen f8. How do you stop this? So you stop it by pushing the f pawn, at which point will always take en passant. Or you have to go knight d4, right? If knight d4, I mean, like e5. I mean, what about e5? I mean, it's ridiculous, but I don't know. I feel like h3 is kind of a nice way to start. We can start with queen f8, but feels like it gives our opponent a little bit, like a few more options. Like, I don't even know about rook g1 and king f1 there. h3 here, knight d4, and then e5. I definitely don't get a great feeling about pawn to g3. It opens up the f file, and it looks like a bait. Like, king can always hide. The question is this or this first. And if this, it felt like we're giving a few extra options that we don't need to give. That's what I'm saying, DLM. I like h3 and I like queen f8 after. And then on knight d4, I like e5. And on any pawn push, I like taking. So I like this, this. Thanks, Wee Pizza, 29 months, tier 3. Hey, buddy. Welcome back. Always staying sub, checking in. Appreciate it, Wee Pizza. Good to see you, man. A year with Prime from PowerNet 429 as well. Our tournament starts in less than 15 minutes. Just so you know, we're doing a viewer tournament. Same format as Title Tuesday. We usually host it a little later in the day, but won't be able to tonight, so hosting it now. 15 minutes, exclamation mark, join. Now just rook g2. And what? Queen g8 here? Or queen d6 maybe. Yeah, queen d6. There's no queen here, there's no knight here. I'm threatening mate, and he can't take it. So queen d6 should be killer. This actually, I realize, doesn't threaten anything. Doesn't threaten that, or that. So I think it's got to be this. Nice. Maybe we can squeeze one more in here. Rook f8. I mean, simple. First move. How's he defending against mate? He's going here, I guess. Queen f1, rook f2. That kind of looks like mate. What am I missing? Rook f8 threatens 2 checkmates. Right? We go here. I mean, this is just irrelevant. Queen, no checks, nothing. Like, he goes here, he's mated. He defends this, he's mated in 2 moves. He defends this, he's mated in 1 move. I don't know, like, he has to play h3 only move. And then check and rook f2. And how does he defend this? It's impossible. I feel like I'm being trolled here. I mean, there's a joke puzzle, no? Queen e8. Epic troll. He's making another queen, eh? So queen takes, or sorry, king takes, feels correct. Only playable move would be this. King e7, because if king here, there might be c6. So king e7. But then rook c7. Never mind. Rook c7, king f6, and who cares? So yeah, king e7, and then if takes, we take with the queen. But there's no way it's this, because then he like makes a queen. Feels like we have to deal with a lot there. But I don't like this. Nice. This is for 10 in a row, and maybe the last puzzle before the tournament. I mean, I gotta at least check this one first. Although after king h1, I'm not exactly seeing it. Yeah, rook f8 looks like a fantastic place to start. So rook f8, queen takes e4. Kind of a problem. I guess we go rook f4 there. That's not great though. So here, queen h3 I didn't like because of queen takes d, or sorry, queen d4. I think we lose there. Rook g7 takes. So it feels like in this position we need to do something else first, like our rook f4 move. Now there's no checks. Queen d3 or queen e3 will happen. And then we need the right thing somewhere in there. Maybe at that point rook g4 is kind of cool. Yeah, mannered monkey, exactly. Thinking the same thing. I like the look of that move. Yeah, if we go rook g2 then the queen will just take and we don't have enough. So we can't do this now because I don't see it with the queen covering h3. And like rook g5, there's queen f6. Wow, did we just get a raid from GM Solver? That's a very funny raid timing. GM Solver. We're doing puzzles. We're a GM. We got a raid from GM Solver. Look at that. That's great. The timing. So which GM is that Solver? Title Tuesday winner? Get out of here. Man, that's impressive. Casper. Oh, hello, hello. Man, winning Title Tuesday, especially these days, is super impressive. Congrats. Big congrats. Especially with the kind of competition they have now. It's like, feels like Hickey, Faruja, Hans, Magnus even are playing Title Tuesdays like all the time. I wasn't competing, no. That's probably what cleared the way for Casper to win. Yeah, that does make sense. It was your first time streaming Title Tuesday, and you're 1 for 1 with winning it. Fucking hell, that's impressive. Yeah, I was looking at your recent streams. Looks like you were doing some puzzles as well. I'm doing one more puzzle here. And then in 5 minutes, we actually have a viewer tournament. So good timing in case anyone from the raid wants to join. Exclamation mark join. Tournament right here. We already got about 30 people, but it'll really pick up with the last 5 minutes, I'm hoping. Usually we get somewhere between 70 to 100 people in these viewer tournaments, but I also host them usually later in the day, so we'll see. Puzzle World Champion is that's a different type of skill. You have a maiden 3 for me to solve. Shit. This is a bad sign for us. See, I can't even open the analysis board on chess.com. Like they know. They know this is gonna be rough. King d5, queen g4. I feel like we're getting a puzzle from as Mannered Monkey said, puzzle goat himself. So I feel like this is gonna be sweaty. Oh no. I don't want this eval to automatically go. Yeah, well, I'm definitely gonna do it off screen, so at least it doesn't ruin it for you guys. But how annoying. Let me take this engine off first. It's like auto going. Engine off. There we go. There we go. White to move and mate in 3. There you go. We'll save this one to visit in intermission breaks during our tournament. All right. Tournament starts in a couple minutes, guys. Exclamation mark join. I'm going to just submit this answer, whether or not we get it right. Okay, nice. It was this. Nice. Hey, we got this one right too. I liked our answer there. We got a tournament. Yo, this was really nice. Thanks for the puzzle, GM Solver. Next time we see each other, I'm gonna have an answer for you, one way or another. We'll see how many people in chat get it. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for the homework. We got 2 minutes till our viewer tournament, so if anyone wants to join, now's the time.
Is down for me.
Is it?
Okay, troll.
Because I just went to load this puzzle thing, and it took like 30 seconds. Yeah, so it does load after like 30 seconds. But it's like very, very, very laggy. Like, for example, here's not even my background. This gray thing. It's like...
Yeah, I can't even load the page.
Okay.
Why is it that... What? How can this computer not do it, but yours can?
But mine barely even can. Servers KOing for everyone.
It should be like, is there a way you can add time to it?
No, I can cancel it, but... Tourney won't load. Maybe we should cancel it? I don't know.
Good timing.
There's a guy named Tim in first.
Can you like kick me out of it?
Maybe we should just cancel it?
Yeah, probably. This is troll. No one's. It's not just me.
The annoying thing is you can't like just extend
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I'll cancel it. Feels bad, man. Hmm. So we can throw it up here.
Is it maybe because you have like staff, so or if the server cares about your username more?
No, but it doesn't like it doesn't work for me. But remember, it's gonna be different for everyone.
Yeah.
Some people are saying that it worked, and some people are saying that it doesn't. But clearly there's something wrong with it. Dude, like my chess.com like just hasn't been working like last couple days. Sometimes I'm just sitting there and just nothing will load. So I really know what you mean. I still have it loose in the grip. Still have it here. So I mean like yeah, I guess I'll change this join command to try to make another one.
Oh, that's also true. Is that the Magnus? Oh, that's tomorrow.
What?
But there is this
Yeah, I mean it's been on every day, which might be why it's been slow the last couple days. But I mean they've had tournaments before, right?
Yeah.
Weird. But yeah, probably related. It's not loading for you guys. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Just one person is able to.
Yeah, they're gonna win the event. uh, well, here you go. You can solve his maiden 3 puzzle. Maiden 3. Yep. Mate in 3. Okay. Jingo is a funny guy. It's a maiden 3 puzzle, and he submitted one move with a question mark. I mean, how fucking stupid are you? Queen E4. Like what? Give me the next fucking 2 moves, buddy. Maiden 3. Queen G7. It's like, what? Okay, give me the whole mate, buddy. uh, Queen E4. I've seen enough. This man knows it. Give him the award. Pretty good try, Ready and Every. The only problem is your last move isn't forced. Nice try, though. Guard Buffalo. I think there's King D1 there. Not quite mate there, Tim. Tim, your first move isn't even legal, buddy. I was trying to give you the benefit of the doubt there. Can't be walking around with two times bishop f3. Clean that up. Hella, that looks like a very good line. But then it's fully ironic, right? Because Jingo came in the stream and said queen e4. And he said it like as if everyone can like just stop calculating. He didn't provide any other evidence. He just said queen e4. That's it. As if we should all fuck off. And then in response to him saying queen e4, I said, oh, you're just going to come in here and just give one move and say you solve the problem? Queen g7! But queen g7 is the answer. So I solved the problem by making fun of Jingo. Because now the king has to go here. And then queen d4. And here there's queen f2 mate. And here there's queen e4 mate. Exactly as Hallett just said. So I literally solved it by picking a random square on the board. There's only two moves here. This is mate, and this is mate.
Big raid.
Huge raid. Chess.com rating with 1,766 viewers. We were just saying how well everything was working and what a great time we're all having. Weren't we, guys? Weren't we? Guys. Thanks to Juice Master for the 29 months. How come chess.com is working for me? Chess.com is working the same as it always is every single day. So I'm confused why there's even a question. Seems to be down at the moment. You know, tough for you guys. It's a good thing chess.com sent you to the only stream with permitted server access right now. That was very considerate of them. Have you guys seen your buddy Drake? Not today, Drake. I mean this Drake. So, this was back in 2021. Drake rented out the entire baseball stadium for a date. And I think this woman is like the mother of someone that was on his son's basketball team. So he rented out the entire baseball stadium for a date. And I actually did the same thing with chess.com. So no one is actually allowed to access chess.com for the next hour. We're on a personal and private date here. So I actually rented out the website. So that's why they've kicked all of you guys off. That's why they raided the channel as well. Everyone has restricted access for the next hour.
Wow, Drake has Doctor Usyk.
Yep, Drake and Dio.
Okay, insane.
It
Insane. My like latest Tinder or Hinge match is
is Akshansh. That's exactly right. I definitely have Rambini. So yeah, just wanted to let you guys know this is what's going on right now. There's also a viewer tournament on chess.com right now, but I'm only letting in those with Chess Pro exclusive VIP passes. So currently there's only 2 people allowed in the tournament here. It's going to be a big battle between these guys. They're going to be fighting. They're going to be playing each other for 2 hours back to back. This is actually a world championship match. So that'll start in 2.5 minutes here. So lots happening here, guys. Definitely stay tuned. I think you know, this is a good puzzle for the chat, but the unfortunate thing was that obviously the answer is on the screen now, but when the raid happened, we had already solved it. So the answer was on the screen when the raid happened. So I can't really use it as a puzzle. Swinger of Birches, 74. Thanks for the resub. 25 months with Rego 1982. Thanks for the 9 months with Prime. And Yar, Mighty Pirate. Thanks for the 7 months. Strong guess there, Luca. I knew I could count on you for that. Alright, big tournament happening in a minute here. It's going to be very exciting, guys. I wish this tournament would start, but I'm quite sure that chess.com doesn't let the tournament start if there's not a sufficient amount of players, which is just truly sad. Truly sad. I would love to see these lads just go at it. Did you rent the site so these guys could have a date? That's what it looks like. They have a date and we get to watch. I rented it out for King Blunder and Muffin Tuffin.
the alpha move would be that one of the leads 1 second.
Wow, cancelled. A real shame. A real shame. I wanted to see them power through some games together. Wefgore says, is chess.com down for anyone else? Wefgore, you'll be allowed back on in about 45 minutes. I rented the site for an hour, so yeah, you don't have access at the moment. Is that right? You don't have access? Because if you don't, it's probably because I rented the site. Working fine for you? Classic bait. He's trying to say that it works fine for him to make you think you can access the site, but you simply can't. Oh, you're getting an error. Damn. That must be because I rented it out. Yeah. But that does make sense since I did that.
Okay, it works now. Oh, half works.
Ooh, they're not letting you in either.
Server cooldown and
That's annoying, yeah. Maybe I can put some of your guys' names on the guest list. You guys want to let me know your chess.com accounts? And I can, I'll add you guys to the list. Yeah, just let me know your accounts. I'll add you to the list here. If you are in, if you are on the wait list, then it'll improve your chances.
kind of funny that they went to the trouble of like building something for a moment where the website won't work.
They knew it was going to be viewed a lot.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that confident.
All right, guys, try to refresh now. Try to log back in. Let me know if it works for you. Doesn't work for you, Bamdeezy? Yeah, I don't think I got your name on the list here. Yeah, so far I've only been able to get a few names on the guest list. But you know, just keep trying to refresh, and if it ever works, then you'll know that your name finally got on the guest list. Works for you, Tim? Yeah, no, Tim and Hella, I was able to get those names in quick, so that's probably why. TR Project says it's working for me. I got in. Now, he's trying to bait me, of course, into saying that it's because I added his name to the guest list, at which point he'll reveal that he's not actually in. And he'll undermine the entire project. He thinks that's how it works, but I haven't added your name to the list, TR Project, so I know you're lying. Oh, you definitely do, Iris. Yep, absolutely. Yep. Site working fantastic here. You'll notice there's lots of active games at the moment. Just, you know, it's a fully functioning ecosystem here.
I have to do an untitled Wednesday.
Yeah, really unlucky. Man, the timing was like aligned with the start time of the event, no?
Yeah.
Is there more, Zacer? I thought the chief covered it. Well, you got your hair cut for nothing, no?
Yeah.
Oh, did he fish? I feel like that's kind of funny. He only broke 5K worth of hotel property. But what's the Hans drama really about? Like at its core, what is the drama? The drama is that he's not getting an invitation to a tournament that he's not like nobody owes him the invitation. So the drama is that he's not getting something that he's not owed. And then as a separate topic, he's caused $5,000 of damages to a hotel. And so what's the drama exactly? I'm just trying to like understand it. What are the two sides? One side is like I've done like $5,000 worth of damage to a hotel. And the other side is like we haven't invited you to a tournament we don't have to invite you to. Is that the case, Fish? I thought that Hans was saying, didn't Hans tweet something like, I'll see you guys at the US champs or something? Or, I don't know, he's some tournament, right? Because he can still play in St. Louis, but he's just not allowed at their invitational events. Because he actually tweeted, see you guys at that tournament, I'm pretty sure. Because he's just not allowed at their, like, closed invitationals. Van Deezy says he's going as a spectator. I feel like the only difference is the damages between you guys and Hans Niemann. When you think about it, the St. Louis Chess Club has not invited Tim Cannon to any 2023 events. And I don't think they plan to in 2024. And on top of that, Tim does not even have $5,000 of damages to hotel property to his name. If anything, Timothy Cannon is looking like a primary candidate for a future invitation now that a spot has opened up. I would say that Tim Cannon is more deserving of an invitation than Hans. Crazy when you think about it. Tim is due. Yeah, it's probably the opposite, Mannered Monkey. I feel like hotels owe Tim $5,000. Loyalty, bro. Yes, Tim is using girl math on us. The old, I didn't buy this, so I saved this amount of money. Chess.com is back for you. See, now TR Project says it's working. That exposes him as having lied before. We knew he was, obviously, because I didn't put him on the guest list yet. Now, having truly added his name to the guest list, naturally, he's back on chess.com. Should we run the tournament again? Run it back? Not yet. We gotta wait for more people confirmed online. I think there was an overflow. We added some names to the guest list, and there was an overflow of people, so we're gonna have to start kicking people out again. The soft launch was unsuccessful. Do the puzzles work? Can we go to the next puzzle? I rented out the stadium. There we go. That's good. No problem. They know I'm the big boss around here. Alright, what's the situation? What's the sitch? I definitely know circle. Yep. Yep, I do. My body wants to play this. Rook f2. If king takes, knight e4. King back. Don't know about that. There's no bishop e3 because of knight takes. But maybe there's queen h2 there. Queen h2 doesn't look like enough though. This, those are like the first things we're thinking of. Okay, e4 can be taken, but it looks a little slow. Yeah, technically it's already been completed though, Lucen, so I understand why it's not there. The goal was to be top something, and we already are top something, but I personally felt like we only made the goal because other people around the world dropped off the high ratings for puzzles list, because you drop off if you don't do puzzles. Because of that, I feel like we hit it, and we could be kicked off at any moment if people do puzzles again. So I want to get up to a level where we're not worried about that. Tim Cannon's coming in with a line featuring all moves on the first rank from Tim. Rook f1, bishop f1, bishop f1, king f1, rook d1. Tim is suggesting a one-dimensional answer. The 2D chessboard has been flattened into just one. Man, these are so complicated. How can we simplify it? What's the conclusion of your line there, Tim? Like after the very final move in your line, why is that the answer? Yeah, we are listening to an Eric Prydz set, as you may be able to guess. Hello to Mr. Swift Tickle. Could be some like take on e4 kind of thing. I don't know. It is a puzzle, Mr. Swift Tickle. What did you think? Takes. It just feels like there's so many moves to calculate there. Takes. I'm annoyed. There's just so much variety here. So rook f8, there's rook d4 or something. What does rook f3 do though? Let's say you have two moves or something. Same with knight e4. I'm not really concerned about bishop takes e4. I'm more concerned like, what if they don't take? What if they do nothing? Like, what's the next move? If you do a move in a puzzle, like, you have to be sort of intending something. You have to have a threat. Bishop takes e4 first. Yeah. Bishop e4, bishop e4, rook f3. But again, we don't have a single threat in that position. We're not intending anything. It could be something strange like bishop takes, knight takes. That's it. And then if bishop takes here, just take back or something. Rook takes e4, then rook h6. But it just feels like such a weird puzzle. Bishop takes d4. We can take here. White has to take. We can go like queen h3. And then just take back. And we got this happening. And I don't think there are any checks headed our way in that line. I feel like it could just be to take like this with the idea that we're threatening like a knight takes f2. And then if you ever play bishop here, then we uncork rook h6 after taking back. I think the hint button highlights the correct square, and then it becomes pretty obvious what the move is, basically. It almost gives you the move. That's right, Harry Taylor. I mean, this is not a bad move, but it's just you guys have no threat if white does nothing. That's the problem with rook f3. Here, maybe takes, like knight takes e5. Kind of concerning. But then maybe there's rook here. And if takes, like bishop f2, a little bit soft. I feel like it could be mate though. Bishop f2, king f1. We have this. Knight g3, queen h2. 95. I don't know. But I can tell you this is not a very interesting puzzle for me to calculate because it doesn't feel like we even have like a solid, like all I've got is bishop takes here, which is pretty soft. And it could for sure be knight takes instead. Right. I think we send it not because it's very obvious, but because I'd rather get it wrong and calculate a more interesting one. Some people are saying chess.com fully working now. Takes, and then rook h6, and then bishop f2. I don't even fully get that. Oh, is this our rook f2 line, but now it actually works? Or no? I think it is. Yeah. Because I saw rook f2 at the beginning, but the problem is you could just take it, and after bishop e4, white didn't have to take. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, bishop here, here. Rook f8 probably, unless queen h3, but it doesn't seem valid. Oh, oops. Wasn't even thinking there. Queen h2, but then rook h1. But then I guess we take here. Rook h7, king g8. This is ridiculous. Like, bro. Okay. Okay. Data Sci Guy, thanks for the 6 months. Like I said, not terribly interesting to calculate. Not at all. Bishop takes g3. Insanity. Okay, what? Queen takes b1, forced? Oh, it didn't even occur to me that d3 was hanging. Queen d3, and the puzzle is one of the. I assumed the puzzle was like a 3600 puzzle, but it's a unranked puzzle. Like it's one with a pending elo. Like it's just mate. in 2 or 3 or something. Rook f1. This has to have a pending elo. This hangs as well. Yeah, I didn't even notice this. Queen d3. That's the move for sure. Yeah, there's, I mean, insane to allow queen c8, so I mean, there's no bishop there because of mate. So it has to be queen. I feel like it's this. Yeah, king b2 is just checkmate, so it's not that. So here maybe it could be pawn takes on b3. I think that's it. I feel like that's the answer. Rook f1. Has to be this. And then pawn takes. Threatening mate. And we're threatening the queen. Queen takes here, checkmate. Can't take there. King can run, but we just take the queen there. I feel like that's it. Queen takes c3 first seems like it actually does not have value because it saves the bishop. And once you play bishop c2, you're just ready to sack your queen in every position. The only way there would be value is if we're delivering some mate. This doesn't lead anywhere. Queen e3. King there is mated, so king here. Then something like check, king a2. Then I don't see anything. Queen d4, the king can go here. c3, the king also goes here. Yeah, I just don't see anything there. But also, like, this and takes looks just unstoppable. King b2 takes. And we're threatening queen c2 there, so it has to go here, and we just take the knight. It's gotta be this. Has to be here. This does not look fun to calculate. Um, oh yeah, I gotta change our title. Chess.com kind of cucked our viewer tournament. Doing something like this, you're just gonna be down pawns in an endgame, so it's like you don't get anything out of that really. A move like queen here, I feel like we also don't get a lot of value out of because the king goes here and there's just no more checks. Queen takes, king g3, and like it's like we're the one getting mated. I don't like this. Queen c8 here. Queen c4 here. It feels like the same issue. It's like we're not the ones doing well there. Queen d3, even here looks playable. But maybe there's some queen e1 there, yeah. So here, queen e4, here, king h3. Yeah, still looks good for black. So, yeah, I mean, rook takes e5 definitely presents itself as a pretty strong candidate. Rook e1 instead of queen takes queen in the other guy's line. Yeah, definitely, Dr. Lord. Yeah, that's what I'm getting to, is that I think that's the most forcing. Queen d3, here. Rook takes. What happens there? Because, yeah, I think that this and then rook e1 is the most promising. Queen e1. But queen e1 doesn't win a rook. Not only can I go king h3, which is the best move, I think, but even like king takes f3, even king f4, the rook's protected as well. I think that this is the most forcing line, meaning rook e2 is not possible. King back to f5. Then I think queen d5. If king f6, then queen d4, and queen e5 mate. If king f4, then queen d6, king back mate. So king f3. Queen d3 check. King f2 is mate. This is irrelevant. King back up. Then queen e3. King up. And queen e5. Takes, rook here. King f4. Then just queen d6. And the exact same everything that I just said. Seems pretty... nice thing about that is everything looks forced there. And if rook e2, we just take the rook. The queen's preventing queen e5 mate, but how do you get out of it? Here, king f5, queen d5, here, queen d4, and you have to go here, and then queen e5 is mate. Or you block and I take it. And same thing with the king here, I check here. You go up, it's mate. If you block, it's mate. And if you go down, then queen d3. King f5, queen d5, king f4. Yeah, but why rook e4 there, Martin Eden, instead of queen d6? Queen d6 forces king takes, and then queen d3 looks like mate. I do think it's this first move. Yeah, and this is just kind of irrelevant. Takes looks simple. Yeah. Very nice. Pass rate 6.4%. Did I see that right? Holy. 6.4%? There's no way. That was actually very simple. Simple, like, not everyone's gonna get it, of course, but at the end of the day, it was literally just like a sack puzzle where you like sack, check, 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 and mate, and everything is forced. So we're up a piece here, and bishop g4 seems obvious, but knight f3 is coming, so it feels like rook d8 is the move that they are encouraging. Queen e3, though, is available too. Queen e3, king moves. Let's say here. And then bishop to g4. Then there will be knight f3 check. King moves gets mated, so we have to take it. Rook takes. Queen is being hit there. There's queen takes e4, but yeah, the pieces are in a very strange spot. I don't really like the coordination at all. There's queen d2, queen c1 check, knight coming in. Something doesn't feel good there. So I need to improve that line. Bishop takes pawn is there. Queen e3, king here, knight g4 looks incorrect. So I think the king has to go there. Bishop takes, I don't really know what that does. Like, maybe it's playable, but it seems unnecessary because after king there, I'm not even sure that it can be taken. So maybe after this, we play knight e4 or knight g4. Knight takes e4. And like knight f3, then maybe we can run away. There's also knight g4, and you definitely can't take this bishop. So I feel like it's queen here and then one of these knight moves. I'm just not sure which one. They look very similar. There is the idea to take here, and then when you take back, you're pinning that. So the thing about playing knight g4 is I'm wondering about knight f3 check, king f6, queen d7. And queen e6 is a threat there. So I feel like I kind of like knight e4 because it starts to undermine the pawns a little bit. And we can't start with knight e4 because of knight f3 check. Yeah, knight f3 check right now is the threat, guys, just so you know, which is why my first move was this. Could also play rook d8, but I think that's a problem after knight f3. Just doesn't feel right. Could be the answer, I can't lie, but doesn't feel right. I think it's gotta be this to start. Rook d8. This can't be it, no? So to me, it's between these two moves. I suppose it could be rook d8. So I don't want to rule that out. Rook d8 actually looks kind of good now that I'm looking at it. But rook d8, knight check, queen takes. Seems like it'll be good. But takes queen c1 check is a uppercut. So it's not rook to d8 because of that. So I think it's one of these knight moves here. Bishop g2. What's your line, AB Shakespeare? Bishop g2. I mean, you can't just say bishop g2. Like, what's coming next? Knight e4. But then it's like, why do this and then take? Why not just take? Because the fact that your opponent's going to have to spend time taking your piece later is going to be valuable for you. Hello to J-Bell. Yeah, I think it's between these two moves, and I always said my preference is knight e4 because I like to start undermining these pawns. I like to make another threat with the knight, like to win this knight here. Knight g4 exists, but to me, the move knight g4 threatens nothing. Like, knight f2 is there, but that doesn't even feel like the biggest deal. Like, I just want to trade pieces, get my king safe. I'm up a piece, so it's like threatening this. Knight e4 does that too. Plus, it does other stuff. Like undermine the pawns, hit d2. And if you go here, you also trap your own bishop. So I don't get a good feeling after a move like this if the opponent does something. For example, let's just say the queen e1. Something like this, you know? Queen e1. And I just feel like a troll. Like, what am I up to there? I can't go knight here. My own piece is trapped now. Like, I got a king on g5. I just feel a little silly. So I don't know. Even if it's wrong, I lean towards knight takes e4. It's a good idea, green tea for 2. I like the idea. The only thing is like knight f3 check, followed by maybe queen d7 might happen. Knight h5 is for sure move. Let's say knight f3 check. Or for that matter, actually, knight h5, rook f3. That's a big problem. I'm gonna probably go knight e4 here. Yeah. It just It's just a better version of knight g4. Much better version. Doesn't block the bishop, better coordination, king can retreat. Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, your line there, Sophia 48, is fine, except the material is actually even in that final position. You know, you gave back your piece, so you're not actually that much better. I have 2 queens here, which means I'm actually up 1 entire queen. Let's not forget that. So, like, let me start with the brain dead move. Queen e5. If g3, there's mate coming. And f4, the very same. So there's no play here except rook g3. Okay, rook g3. And I'm sitting here going like, am I really getting mated? First of all, what's the threat in that position? Queen h6, right? That's the only threat. This square is covered. This. These squares are all covered. I guess queen f5 and queen h6. So it's like, what if in that position I did like, I don't know, something like this. It feels sketchy for sure, but if I do that, what's the threat? Maybe rook comes over to g7. Okay, rook. Yeah, rook comes over. I have to. Okay, I'm at least establishing some. By the way, when I first saw the puzzle, I thought of this and just take. And like, can I really be worse there? This is like my first instinct when I saw the puzzle. I was like, I would just take it. Like, can it really be that bad? Because by the way, when we take it, we're also still pinning the rook. So he's only got a queen to move. And if he doesn't take our queen, goes like queen here, or even queen here, we just go like this. Like it's a joke, right? We have way too much material. So he's got to take. But then, like, is that really it? Like, I go queen here. He goes queen d6. And then queen h6. It's actually not that easy. I don't think it is this. It's also way too obvious for a puzzle like this. But yeah, I think white can just take it. Queen f7. And if rook e7 there instead of queen f7, then I guess white does something like queen to c6, hitting the rook and threatening some weird stuff there. For some reason, I don't trust that line that much. It just seems like almost too simple. It's really hard to believe it doesn't work. Queen here, rook here. The only threat is like this, and I guess I realized rook g7, rook g8 is a threat as well. Here, I don't have rook e6 because I ruined that. Okay. Yes, a big suggestion from Tim. Queen g8. Actually, queen takes g8, king takes g8. It's pin, no? Queen e5, rook here, takes, queen here, and then rook like G7. Yeah, that's just a disaster. So we have to take. You know what I wanted to do? Here's what I think it. Ooh, I almost want to play just Queen B2 at the end, but then I'm wondering like, is Queen A1 the same? Queen F5 in that line frequency, but it's a good try. Like I almost want to go here, take, and go Queen B2. Queen H7 there, and then I would play Queen E5. But then I guess after Queen E5, you can play Rook back, and I can't stop Rook G8 and Queen G7 forever. Yeah, Queen F7 could work, but I thought Queen D6 there. If Queen over, Queen H6, you're definitely not winning anymore. If Rook up, Queen H6, and you might even be lost. King E8, Queen C6, so. Rook E7 is the only other slightly logical move, and then I feel like Queen C6 is White's only move. Rook has to move, so Rook D8. Queen H6, like what else? And then just run, like King E8, King D7. That could be it. I'm not sure that it is a perp, J-Bell. That's the thing. Rook D8, Queen H6. King here, Queen C6. And then Rook E D7. And the Queen covers Rook G8 and Queen E6. And Queen G6, we have Queen F7. Although, in that position, maybe White can do something like Rook G6 or something. But still feels like we should be okay there. A little sketchy though, like having my two rooks like this, King E8, Queen on C6, and White plays Rook C6. Or sorry, Rook G6 in that spot. I don't feel completely comfortable. Rook G6 or Rook G7 even. I think frequency they'll take with the pawn, right? F takes G3 most likely. Do we have anything other than taking? Because I think after Rook G3, Queen H6 is a threat, and if you stop Queen H6, then Rook G7 to G8 seems unstoppable. So I think we kind of have to take it. Queen here, Rook E7. We did look at Queen H6. Just seems like a problem. I think it was Queen H6. Oh, sorry, no. It was takes, Queen H8, which is a problem. And then Rook G7. Yeah, it was takes, Queen H8. In here, then Rook G7, and it's kind of a problem. Like, you'll lose some things with check. Rook is hanging. Also King F6, Queen H6. I think that's what we said about it. Queen e5, queen d6 will get mated in the corner. Taking on c7 feels like kind of the safest. Yeah, queen here, pawn up. Remember, queen h6 is going to be checkmate, so. Queen here, queen f6. It's absolutely a move. I was suggesting rook g7 there, though. And then you'll notice it's an insanely annoying position because queen h8 is mate, rook g8 is mate. Like, I don't know if that actually is the answer, but I'm pretty sure that's what I was saying. I guess you also have to like do rook back to g6. That's another one. That's probably the most important question for you to answer. If you're going to suggest something like this, are you okay with rook g6 first? Because you can't repeat, right? Queen f4. You might be onto something with queen f4. But again, queen f4, rook g7. Because I was thinking, and I like the type of moves like queen f4, queen f6, because they cover queen h6, they cover queen f5. But then comes this weird move, rook here. And I'm not sure that works. We did Chuck. I think that's our main move right now. Yeah, this is basically what I'm planning to do. Rook e7, queen c6 only move, rook d8. But I'm just not really convinced after queen c6. Like I'm probably gonna do this as my guess, but queen c6, rook d8, queen h6. I mean, king f7, queen g6 is irrelevant, so king e8 forced. And then queen back to c6. And I feel like if we move this rook up, we get hit with that. So we can't do that. Going back, we get hit with these checks. So the only move is rook d7. And at that point, it should be probably enough. Like, I think the problem will stop there. Because queen g8 is covered. Or rook g8 is covered. Queen e6 is covered. And queen g6, there's queen f7. But then I was just sitting there and I was like, what about rook g6 in that position? But I think it's possible that at that point, we might just be overanalyzing, or I might be overanalyzing it. But it did look a little annoying. Rook g6 or even rook g7 there. Yeah, maybe rook g7. Rook g7 actually comes with a real threat. Rook g7, queen d5, queen g6. King here, queen f6. It's not actually working, is it? Rook f7, I take it. And then I take your rook. Rook f7 after queen g6. Ah, rook f7 after queen g6. That could be it. Queen g6, rook f7. Yeah. That seems right. But again, I'm getting the feeling when I have two rooks here and all checks are covered, the puzzle's obviously not going to continue with like some rook move. But just for my own like well-being, I'm sitting there, I'm like, that's kind of uncomfortable. My rooks are both stuck. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the answer. Because we found a way to stop all the checks. So really that should be enough. I'm definitely overanalyzing here. But even still, I think that line works, J-Bell. Queen g6, rook f7, yep. Looks good. I don't know, I got nothing else other than take. Yeah, and it's just gonna stop there. Oops, I didn't mean to do that again. I meant to click this out of curiosity. Huh? Oh, wow, someone really fumbled this. Yeah. Queen d5 and rook f7. Only moves, but still. Yep. Yep. Oof. Yeah, I think we pretty much latched onto the right thing to do right away. All right. One more for the big 37. The big 37. I'll leave the puzzle on the screen while I take a break for a sec. Black to play. Big +5 needed. I'll be back in just a sec. All right. Did we get the answer yet? King Sax 500 bits. Thank you, sir. You guys like Rook G2? Wow. Surprise, surprise. Rada, did you know you caught a marbles ban yesterday? You might not even know. You were banned and unbanned since then. Damn, only 4 for the 5 stack, eh? Check back in tomorrow, man. I might be able to play. Appreciate that, man. So that's straightforward. Is that the idea? Rook G2. Box. Alright. Takes. E3. If King G1 or F3, then we go Queen G6. Followed by taking here. Mm-hmm. And if King H2 here, there's Queen takes F4. The king will be on G2 Nikon. Yeah, rook here, king there, queen e6 was suggested by J-Ball. So that when the knight moves, you have queen h3. Yeah, queen f4 after king h2 is nice and easy. Rook g2, king here, queen e6, queen e3, bishop takes f2. Damn. Damn. Act's so cool. The only thing is, I was actually streaming some Val yesterday. I don't know if you and Rada knew that. But I was streaming some Val last night, man. I think you guys missed it. Yeah, I was streaming some drunk Val. Yeah, we were doing some puzzles, and Valentinian was going crazy. It was a good time, though, man. You should have been there. Hello to the AN man. It's not E3, and it's not Bishop F2, so makes sense. They're gonna make us find what a very tricky move here. Queen here. There's knight takes or what? Maybe even knight E3. Low key. Queen E6 is a serious move, yeah. Problem is white's threatening this with check. So we have to move our queen. We only really have a couple of options, so limited choice. Yeah, rook check, queen g6. You get the knight, but that's it. Oh, no worries, Rada. You know, I figured you would be, so I let you out on good behavior. No, queen e6, I think, is the answer. I'm just sort of rationalizing it. Wow. Not queen e6. Cocked at the end. Well, I didn't do this puzzle too much. I took a break and came back, and I didn't really do too much of my own calculation. But I did enough where I was like, I think queen e6 looked pretty good. But clearly not enough. Wow, that's brutal. Man. I don't really know what happens after that. Queen e6 is a pretty good move. It's just not good enough. Yeah, that's fair. This is probably not good enough for a puzzle, but still, queen e6 is not really like a stone cold blunder. Bishop takes f2 here. Damn. Bishop f2 is a nice move. All right, 3687. Got to bounce back. Uh-oh, but the pressure's on. Now that we need a quick result. All right, I got us 9 points back, boys. Got us 9 points back. On to 3,700. Only one more. Only one more. Reclaim some elo. Yeah, Big Tonka T would have done the same. I always have to remember to compare myself to Tyler. So this one shouldn't be that tough in the sense of like it will be very tricky and intricate, but it won't be tough as in we won't be considering 20 different things. At the end of the day, if we like play a rook endgame, we're trolling because like, I mean, we're not gonna, you know what I mean? So I think we have to take. And if takes back, king here, 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 king d5, they get our pawn. So that's the idea. Takes, king here. Same thing. So it really should be takes, king c3 to basically access this pawn while blocking their king. King c3 here, king a4. Then if we go here, we're still not in time. So you know what it might be? It might be king c4. Because here's my logic. Here, king c3, king a4. If I play e4, then he gets around me. And he'll get here. That's not good. So I think it's takes, maybe king c4. f3 is trolling every time because we just take it. But if he plays king a4, then we need to have opposition so that we play e4 there, and then we go take the pawn. And if we play king c4 and he goes king b2, I don't think we care. We go king d3. So that if he ever retakes opposition, like king b3, then we have e4 to waste the move. But the worst would be takes king c3, king a4, and we don't ever have time to play e4 because he's always going around. And yeah, king c4 seems better because we don't care about king b2, king c1. King c2 there, and then e4 and take. So I think it's king c4. Well, we know that it's captures. I feel pretty good about this. This king a4, I don't really have an answer to. King c4, then king back to a3. Or actually, maybe even just king a5 there. And just continue to go around. Yeah, that's probably it. There we go. 3,700. Nice number. 3701. Rotated Shark, thanks for the 14-month resub. That was a big solve there. 3,700. Yep. Oh, gotta check those leaderboards. We're closing in on 65,540, guys. We're almost there. Okay. We're up from this. 3701. We're top 1,500. Top 1,500. I don't think that's how it works, Matt. Someone asked that before. I think it's like just clubs. Yeah, it's just like clubs that you're in. Yeah, 3701. That's top 1500. Scroll down, you can check the country. Oh, good call. Man, I can't even see that. There's a scroll bar right there. I thought it was like just clubs that I was in. But you can scroll it. So you can check Canada. 6,399. Jeez. Look at these sweaties. Naturally, everyone's untitled here. We need to represent Canada better. We're only top 40. There's not a single... Like... Nobody. Nothing. Crazy. International master? Nope. No representation here. Buddy Kenta? Dude, nothing. Can you believe this? We're going to be at 3,000 soon. $3,075? $3,038? Oh, J-Bell might know that name. Kevin Gibson. Let's see. Anything? 3,010? 3,010? 3,000? No. Dude, Thievester is here. Isn't Thievester in like our viewer tournaments? Yeah, 1,400 blitz. Like, dude, and I went through every single one. There's an FM here. I scrolled the entire time. Did anyone see Grandmaster? That's what I was looking for. None. No Grandmasters. There was a couple IMs sprinkled in there. 0 GMs. That's how poverty Canada is, man. For chess. Nobody even has above a 3K puzzle rating. How many Canadian GMs are there? There's probably like, I don't know, something like no more than 20, 15-ish. But Sean Rodrigue Lemieux isn't on there either. He needs his GM title approved on chess.com, and then he needs to do some puzzles. $60K in puzzles. We're closing in. I think our next goal is top 1,000, which is going to be 3,900 basically. Yeah, around 3,900. We're top 1,500 right now. Starts to get very sweaty at the top. 4K is still only like top 900. Need some sweaty sessions for sure. UTT never happened. Yeah, I might still run it. Maybe like around when Title Tuesday happens or something, because we can try again. But yeah, like the site was kind of not letting people join. Remember that white's gonna go here to block the check. Keep that in mind. Yeah, rook e6, rook c1, these moves all come to mind. What's the idea, though? You're right, rotated shark, but of course, if you make a move that doesn't let me play bishop d5, I'm not going to play bishop d5. King h2, bishop g3. All right, as Yasser would say, I'll fall for it. I think the music just ended. At least I'm not playing a game. You know, at least I'm not playing a game. Silence is not as deafening. Rook c2, bishop d5. Bishop d5, Tim. PSA to all solvers. Bishop d5, if it's possible, will be played. If it's possible and safe move. If not, we'll be moving the king. Rook takes f7 is an attempt. I'll probably end up taking this bishop. Maybe there's something there. Rook f7 looks good. But we need a follow-up. Rook f7. And then if white takes, we have a nice discover check with the rook. We can't win the queen just yet. These two moves are naturally going to be the most restricting. But I would say rook c2, king here, rook g7, king here, bishop a6, king here, and rook g1 is mate. And that seems to be all by force. So, yeah, rook f7 might do this, but if he doesn't do this, what's he going to do? Maybe move the king here or something? Because queen f7, we just play rook here. And I think that's simple. Rook f7, let's say king h2 to get out of the skewer or the discovered check, and then two pieces are hanging, so there's still that. I can go rook check, king h3. And then maybe rook g7. I don't know. It feels like I'm over analyzing it at the moment. That's a mate, for example. I like this. Okay, they just take. That makes our life a little bit easier, I think. Little bit easier. King h2 was the other line. And yeah, there's limited moves here. I said rook g7, which is the good one, so that's nice. And then if takes, we had mate. But they did the low T move. They just took, like, whatever. Whatever. Okay, we are up a piece. We are up a piece. No, the puzzle did have optimal moves, Gypsy. It did. Yeah, I was thinking queen e2 or queen c4, but when it takes and we go here, the material is just equal after that. It's not like good for us necessarily. So bishop e4 first, but just knight e6, and I think it might not even be better at that point. I think it's queen g8. If queen takes h6, knight h7, and this knight is actually pinned to the queen. And if queen here, then bishop takes. And otherwise, we're ready to take the knight. It looks completely ridiculous, but I mean, I'm sitting here and it's like, dude, I have no moves. Like, my queen is attacked. And queen takes h6 when I move my queen is going to happen. Queen e3, I also thought about. But like, queen takes here. Queen takes that. This knight moves. Oh, no, not even. I can play queen takes h6 after queen g1. So yeah, I don't know. I feel pretty nice about queen g8. It looks like a ridiculous move, but queen takes, we take, and queen takes knight h7, and then this knight is pinned. Bishop takes h7. Maybe I could even go bishop g7 there. I'm pretty convinced by that. But queen g8 is a super strange move here. So I'll feel like an idiot doing it, but... yeah. A nice one. I mean, queen takes f2 is like shouting here. Queen f2 is just screaming to the heavens. We're threatening rook takes and queen f1. Here, if the rook moves somewhere, then just rook d2 or rook there. Maybe just both of those moves. Because white's going to go, no matter which one we do, white's going to go rook g1. I think we got to start with this. I don't have any other way to attack this rook. Like, this doesn't work. So, I think we got to do this. The rook's going to move. And then... we could just, like, bring both rooks in. There might also be something after rook g1 about bringing a rook to the h-file and going for some mate here. Yeah, actually, I really like that. Queen f2. This rook will go somewhere here. Because how else do you deal with that? And then specifically this rook to g6. Only way to stop this, not g3, because then rook h6. Or rook d2. But rook g1. And then rook h5. And how... Ooh, there's queen d4 there. No, queen d4 doesn't matter. Because we take in rook h6. I was thinking takes in queen h4 mate, but... Yeah, I think this, this, and this. And not this, this, followed by that, because then queen e5 covers that. So I want this rook to stay here. In fact, the rook has to stay here the whole time, so that's why rook h5. Yeah, I think it's queen f2 to start. Definitely feels right. Threatening rook d1. So white doesn't have time to play moves like this, because we take and just run the king. Yeah, sweet queen. Here, only move this, and then rook h5. My issue with rook d2 JKA was rook here, and then no matter where I move this rook, like rook here, here, and rook g6, I didn't quite trust. It feels like in that spot, after a rook takes here, that I'm going to have too many checks to deal with. Like if this queen goes here, I'm going to have checks forever. Even on e5, it just feels like too many checks. Whereas rook g6, you can't deal with this. g3 will get mated for sure here. So you have to play rook here, and then rook h5. h3. And then just something like queen g3. I mean, this is unstoppable. I don't know. I'm going to go rook g6. Feel pretty good about that calculation. Definitely. Queen b8. Of course, easy to notice at the end. I was like, I feel pretty good about that, but queen, rook d2. Yeah, it's not rook g6 here. But queen f4. What the hell? Nah, but there's not a chance I'm playing queen f4 here. What the hell? It doesn't even, like, threaten something. It stops this, and it intends this, of course. It's just unstoppable. But I got it wrong earlier. I did this. But the thing is, like, my move that I did, which is wrong, still looks like a pretty good move. It won't be because of this, but yeah, you can still go queen h4. Rook h5, it's really not terrible, but yeah, queen b8 I missed. Otherwise, as you can see, this would work. This is like unstoppable. Man. And if e5, the only reason this doesn't work is now you can defend. Maybe there's multiple reasons, but it all involves the queen going to c8 at the end. Queen f4 is insane, though. There's no chance I'm playing that. It's just not happening. Ah. Queen f4 is ridiculous. I'll be back playing Title Tuesday next week, probably, but I just hit 2,900. Not trying to lose it in Title Tuesday. I want to at least play some blitz games against maybe some opponents I don't normally play too much. And I just hit it recently, so I'll pass on Title Tuesday this week and probably be back to normal next week after I play some Blitz. Yeah, I didn't even enjoy it for 1 week yet, AVD. Trying to at least get 1 week out of it. Trying to enjoy my access. I mean, this should be King G5 every day of the week. Troll if it's anything else. Bishop takes. Then there's going to be this. And like, bishop takes, we're just not even threatening that much. Not even queen d3, like queen d6 or something. King takes, the only moves white has are these two. And then we go back king g5. And how does he deal with this? Oh, they're great. Yeah, 928. It's a nice private lounge here. I'm enjoying it. I do. I need big Tonka tea here. I am enemy. Thanks for the 1 year. Happy anniversary. That's a prime as well. Thanks, man. I need the Tonka. I think it's king takes. Bishop takes feels strange. We actually don't really have much of a threat at all after queen takes. Or bishop takes. The difference in how much you get PowerNet is how long it takes you to solve it, I think. Damn, target time 4 seconds. Took us 9. But it takes us 9 because the puzzles we solve are so tough that I don't expect there to be like a random like puzzle in there which could be easy. But they happen quite often where the puzzle doesn't have a rating yet, and so some super easy ones appear. Can't play 95, so we're not even up material here. Jeez. Is this queen a8, queen takes b7? That'd be ridiculous. I think it is, which is crazy. But I have no pieces to move. These rooks are useless. Can't make any threats with them. I can't move the knight. It's not going to be moving my king. What am I going to do? Open lines here? It's ridiculous. And this bishop doesn't really make any serious threats. I can't play bishop h3. So I only have so many moves I can actually do. Bishop g5 for bishop h3. When you think about the only pieces that can actually move, 1 and 2, and then anything here gets mated, there's the first threat in the position. That could be something. Nose knows all. Thank you for the big resub there. 59 months. No sleep till 4K, says Nose. Oh my goodness. Hopefully I haven't agreed to any terms and conditions there. Thanks for the 59. Yeah, bishop g5, rook g1, and then the guy will go back to h4. Sad for us. I think it's this and this. What if he moves the queen here? Then what? H5 or H4 or something? But bishop H3 is like... I guess you can go here to handle it, but then I go bishop F4. Or like check and bishop F4. I don't know. But I definitely get a good feeling about this. So if I take, it'll be bishop takes and then takes. I think we just... Nice! C3 is going to be a big threat here. Yeah, C3 looks like a problem. So, bishop g6, let's take the obvious move. Takes is mate. King h8. Queen h6. Two mates. Of course, there's other moves, but let's say that. Queen d7, f7 should win. Rook f7, just take it. So, that's a winning line. Takes queen d7. Then we always have f7 check. King here's mate, and king here we move the bishop, and then queen f6 mate. So, that looks like all winning. Which means the only thing we have to throw in is pawn c3. Here, c2, bishop takes c2 is a check. So I feel like I don't really care about c3 at all, because I can take c2 with check. Bishop g6. Here, like, I don't even know what to recommend there. Has to be. No, but this is a joke. I fell for the trick of the puzzle. I realized that as soon as I played it. H6. 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 Exactly what they want you to fall into. Maybe king h8 as well. We didn't really look at king h8. Just run away. Just if I can book it. I guess queen here, and there's no useful checks there. Still. Still. Yeah, you just run the king. Man. Yeah, the move must have been king h8, not h6. I thought it was h6 for a sec, but h6 bishop h7 is double check. But yeah, king h8 was the other move I mentioned, so at least we weren't totally off. But yeah, bishop h7 is double check, that's right. Anyway, the worst thing to do is calculate a puzzle that's not the puzzle that you're looking at. Top 3 worst things to do. So if I do the brain dead move, pawn takes knight. Knight takes f3. I don't think is enough. I thought of it first, but like technically the pawns are even in that position. I don't think it's playable. There's no way we can end the position with the same material. Man, everyone's on knight takes f3, eh? How is everyone thinking about knight f3? It's weird. Almost everyone's suggesting the same move. So what am I missing? Knight f3? Are you guys trying to take here? Or what? Queen h5? Knight takes f5 or king f2? There's no way that's enough. I mean, pawn takes here. White can't take because we just mate them. I mean, the king can go to f4, but that's definitely not playable. Rook f8, knight f5. Have to be a little careful. Because if I can play this move and you can't take my knight, then isn't this 10 times stronger than knight takes? There's a few like very specific people talking about e5 here. E5 is like one of the most insane first instincts. Like I can't even fathom how your brain has to work that e5 is the first move you calculate here. What the hell is e5? Like just one of the most nonsensical moves possible. There's a hanging knight. There's a hanging knight. We have this move hanging. We have pawn takes knight, which like is about to uncover all of our pieces on the king. And you guys want to play e5, which like hangs the pawns in 2 directions. Like somehow doesn't blunder a fork. Like I'm just trying to understand. How is that your instinct? Crazy. It feels out of my reach. That's for sure. Probably queen g7 there, knows. That feels good. Defends the knight and still prepares this. Meanwhile, d6 is hanging. Yeah, takes f4, but then we just give this check and the knight's hanging. What's the downside to f takes g4? A pleb with 14 lifetime messages in the channel hasn't said it yet. That's the main downside currently. That's the number one thing holding me back at the moment. Oh hey! Dankjewel, Fiona and Frank. Thanks for the shout out, Frank. Welcome. I was just getting some water. We're doing some puzzles. I'm probably not going to be playing Entitled Tuesday in 10 minutes, but I think chess.com is kind of working again for everyone, so I'll take this opportunity. I was about to create it anyway, but I'll take this opportunity to make our tournament. We usually host it every week, but I'm going to host it probably over top of Title Tuesday. It's a viewer tournament, and it's the same format as Title Tuesday, so thanks, Fiona, for the raid. If anyone wants to join the tournament, it'll be 3+1. $11 rounds, the exact same format, everything the same. Should we have it start on the hour? No, a little bit after. 05, 10. Oh 03, exactly 10 minutes from now. A big starting time of 03, 5:03 p.m. So if anyone wants to join, I'll change the command in chat now. !join should work. So yeah, try !join now. And that'll pop up a link. Well, I gotta go tonight, Ted. I won't be streaming past a couple hours from now, so won't be able to host our tournament at the usual time. !join. But I'll be hosting the tournament on our Kick channel, but I can still create the tournament here. Starts in 9 minutes. Thanks, Midnight. Gifting to Fiancetta. So yeah, our tournament starts in 8 minutes. It'll be 3 minutes, 1 second increment. Exact same as Title Tuesday. Same format. So you're all welcome to play. And there'll probably be 0 title players in this one because I'm hosting at the same time as Title Tuesday. So you guys are extra safe. Let's make an attempt at this puzzle before we swap to kick. I mean, I'm on the pawn takes train. Is this an issue? King e3? Queen here, king there. e5 takes. There's rook g4 though. No way this doesn't work. Yeah, remember, exclamation mark join. We have the Chessbra Club and then the link to the tournament. You got to be in the club to join. Just play e5? I mean, I don't know. You guys are on some sauce, man. What the hell is the e5? Knight c4? Like, I'm trying to get it. Trying to get there. I'm trying to understand. I'm looking at this and I just don't see anything wrong with it. This is another option. Like, that doesn't feel right either. Yeah, it's just take, man. Come on now. I think it's just knight f3 and king takes here. Trying to go here might be a little bit too fancy. But let's think. Can't go there, obviously. Here gets mated. So takes, king there. Here's the problem I have. Knight takes here and king here for sure is good. Like, amazing. I'm going to be up material. Pawn takes here, king there. Is there something? Is there mate? I mean, dude, it just has to be. Okay. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Just has to be. Don't want to overthink it there. All right. That wraps up my time on Twitch. I'm so sorry we have to leave right after the raid. But we've got to host our tournament on Kick, and I won't be able to stream too long tonight, which is why we're not hosting our tournament at the usual time. It's always after Title Tuesday, but we'll get back to that next week. So, I'm going to be heading over to our Kick channel now. Kick.com/chessbra. If you don't have an account there, it's free and easy to create. Hope to have you join us. Remember that tournament that I just created? I'll be hosting it there. It's still on chess.com, so you guys can still play regardless of whether you're watching, but exclamation mark join. If you type that in chat here, the link I'll also have on our Kick channel, so you can join from there as well, but it's the same exact format as Title Tuesday, and it starts in less than 5 minutes. All right, see you guys on Kick. Exclamation mark Kick if you want the link. Kick.com/chessbra. It's really easy to find. But I'll be hosting there our UTT tournament. We host it every week. It's a good one to join. Good to get some practice in. And the time control is 3 minutes with a second increment. And that second will hopefully help you avoid flagging. All right, I'll see you guys on Kick. Gonna turn the stream off. Turn it on in 30 seconds over there. Bye for now, guys.